Hey, good morning, dude. What's going on? Finally recovered from that 24-hour run. Had a nice day off, and we're back at it with the Pally. Our big goal for the next 2 days is pretty much to hit level 40. I think, so right now, I want to get the IV hoop, but I have been having issues finding Linuga out to turn in any rubies. And I want to do the Assassin Supplier camp again, but I'm not sure that I can do Supplier without a mallet for slow. And in any event, the camp is still pretty tough for me to handle. Hey, thanks Kettle One, appreciate it, dude. By the way, good morning. Unfortunately, camping with Ghoulbane put us in kind of weird spot where the frog locks at the entrance of Lower Guck are KOS to us now, so I have to deal with them whenever I want to pick zone. It's not a huge problem, but it is a little bit annoying. Base pick is usually all cleared out, so we don't have to worry about it. Now we get to enjoy this mighty Ghoulbane. I think I need 60 more kills, undead kills, before I'm back to dubious with the live side frogs. I'd like to get there, but I don't know. We'll see. Hey, good morning, Liak. By the way, Liak, I wanted to hit you up and say thanks for all the help that you did during that long stream. It definitely would have been much more difficult without you there. You were the MVP. Seems like the Ghoulbane procs about once per combat. Oh, we had 2 in a row there. That's pretty nice. Yo, so yesterday I engaged the Ghoul Savant. He didn't have the mace in hand, so he probably had the breastplate. Pulled him to kind of a safe spot, solo with the IVU trick. I fought him, got him to 30%, pretty much no problem. He starts healing. We get in that cycle where he swings a few times, then heals himself back and forth, back and forth. I go completely out of mana. I pop Lay on Hands. I am all the way down to 30% health, and he's still healing. I ended up just having to get just enough mana to root him and run to the entrance. It would have been such a nice upgrade too, the 25 AC breastplate. Yeah, I thought there was a chance I was toast. I did pick up one more Shiny Brass Idol, so we have one more like get out of jail free card again. That'll be nice. I hung up the old Lucklin box art frame there in the background, so it's not just a blank wall behind me. Oh, and we got our bind wound up to 201, which means that we will now get about 80 HP every time we bind wound successfully. Check this out. Bam. Hey, thanks, Knots. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, dude. Just think, like, the Air Dune launch, 39 hours compared to 23 hours, but also we were up from the time the servers were supposed to come up, so it was like more than double that amount of time. I was telling Sean afterward, like, the way you feel at the end, it doesn't really get worse than that. Like, the longer you stay up, it's the same feeling, just longer. So you do reach like peak terrible feeling during even just like a 24 to 30 hour run. Yeah, we're getting there, Keebs. One step at a time. So I've been slowly uploading that 25-hour stream to YouTube. YouTube hates me for it. I had to chop it into 8-hour segments and put it up like that. It took me like a full day to upload part 1, 8 hours. Now I got part 2 uploading. Eventually we'll have the whole run on YouTube. And then I might do like a little kind of like explanation video, kind of like a short 10-minute recap that goes over like, hey, if you ever want to rush to 50 as fast as you can on like a fresh launch, these are like the highlights. These are what you should do. Yeah, right. We really didn't have too many deaths, Keeps. Like all the way through Soleil, it was pretty smooth. Only when we went kind of like off the intended course did things get a little bit bumpy. You know something weird that I noticed? My character regains 5 HP per tick, sitting or standing, as long as I'm out of combat. Yeah, we lost a lot of pets, but that's what they're there for. Yeah, Etris, I'm super interested in Pantheon. Hopefully, you know, they get all the funding they need and they get it out the door, hopefully sooner rather than later, but we'll see. There is nothing I would like more than for them to release that game. So now that we are level 38, we have the awesome Yelp 2, which is a pretty big upgrade since I pretty much have it constantly on my character during combat. I think it's like an additional 10 strength, some AC. Yeah, I think so too, Leon. That's what I was thinking after I looked at everything how everything went down. I think 22 hours would have been pretty good. We lost a lot of time going to the hole, especially. Though, you know, I've looked into the hole a little bit more since then, and people are telling me like Undead is the camp that you really need to go to for optimal EXP in the hole. So maybe that's why. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what people are talking about then. They say that, like, people were telling me that the undead side of the hole is like the best place to go for EXP. I mean, maybe those mobs HT, but they have a lot less HP, so if you're just like pulling with a charm pet, just like plowing basically, then it's not a big deal because the mudman dude, the elemental, just eats the HT like no problem. Right, yeah, definitely. Not super important anyway, because, you know, we'll never be in a situation where we're like competitively grinding in the hole anyway. I still think a Kunark launch TLP would be a lot of fun. It would be a lot more dynamic in the kind of leveling routes. Okay, since the bats are dead here, I can just lull one of these. They're both 28. I'll lull the forward one and grab this knock. Dude, the bat spawned right as I pulled this guy. Are you serious? He's gonna have low HP, it shouldn't be a big problem. I mean, the bat's gonna be its own can of worms, but we might just root it and zone it. It's a light blue, like, it can't be that hard. Do these proc a life tap or anything? It doesn't have a lot of health. I'll be fine. This is good because if I spend too much time nuking these undead and not swinging, I lose out on my all my melee skill ups. So doing something like this every now and then is good for the old skill up system. So I think I'm going to start a YouTube series where we go over like the lore of a bunch of different zones and dungeons. I've been playing with the idea a lot lately and seeing like which ones I'd like to do. I think it would be pretty easy. I'll just take a character down into one of these zones on a high level and I'll turn off my UI and I'll walk around while we talk about it. Okay, now we're in an emergency situation. Watch the left side, we'll have the shaman spawn here and he'll try to root me as I run by. I might lose aggro on those. I didn't lose aggro. Hey, what's up, Gypsy Prince? You know it. So this will be good because it'll probably split those skeletons a little bit. I did manage to lull and pull them all solo the other night, so I know it can be done now. I really didn't think that the skeletons would social with a bat. There's all these things that you never have to deal with in a group, like mobs like that basically never make it 5 feet out of camp. Yeah, I'll go show you guys after this. I soothed them all, and I was able to pull them single. Ooh, we got a bind wound skill up. I don't really have to worry about skill ups as much anymore now that we broke the 200 barrier. But it really is nice getting 4% per bandage. These guys seem to have the skeletons well in hand. Or maybe they don't. That's a level 50 cleric, I'm sure he's fine. Were you using a Soothe, Leok, or were you using Lull? Yeah, Gypsy full-time Ghoulbane since I got the undead thing going on right now. It saves me a lot of weight not having to carry around the harpoon too. Alright, so we'll met up and then we'll kill those two. A little bit of both, Wormican. We would like to get a thick banded belt, but I don't think that's really on the agenda at this moment, so we're primarily focused on EXP. Go see if any of these names are up. There might be a group downstairs that's pulling all of this. That'd be kind of good for us because we could maybe move in on the assassin supplier camp since they're down there. This will be my med spot. So I found an open ass sub camp last night and I started working on it. I was sitting here like this and some troll was very upset that I was like on the ladder and he couldn't get up past me. He's like, dude, I just want to go up there and med. I was like, all right, whatever. So I let him up. He was asking me if I would group and stuff, so I had to explain to him that I couldn't. And then one of the mobs pops. I'm like already sitting up there with this guy, so I just engage it so it's not on him. I'm fighting it, and I guess the group that was there before me must have had incredible DPS, because within like 40 seconds, the rest of the camp spawned. I had a dip. I just gave them the camp after that. See, like, this druid can't get up here, I don't think. Oh, it's a monk. Yeah, TBV is the rare from the ghoul supplier. I figure now with the bonus rare rates is our best opportunity to get it. Though we could probably camp asses up for EXP for like till the like 43-ish. Yeah, they can pump out a lot of DPS if you get them both. Like, there's the assassin right there. And I guess I'll kill him. Feels like I'm taking a lot of damage, but I think I started this at like 80. Now we just need to not get nabbed. There we go. Hey, old school lurker. Yeah, I have finally recovered. Anybody in chat nearby want to come loot this mask? Blinding Light's not too bad. If you stay in melee range, they won't run at all. So if it's only like, it basically acts as a fear when you step out of their melee range. I just don't have any need to generate threat because I'm the only person fighting them. That is really weird, Leok. Is it, at least it's one of your accounts, I'm sure, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, that is really strange. Alright, so we'll give our rotting mask to this guy down here. So we'll lull this wand. Hey, 400 plat is not a bad price, Etris. I've seen them going for like a chrono. I'm not sure, Leafy Greens. I think we get most of our spells from like Jugs and Seb, or sorry, Jugs and Dragon Kills. There is like a quest in like Fronavian and over there for a few specific spells, though. I think you're right. It's been so long since I've done a Kunark launch. Nice, Gypsy, that's pretty good. Dude, on Ragefire, the first click of flames went for like 105 chrono. It was crazy. So we're actually in a really good spot here. We kill the assassin. Let's see what our timer is. 10:06, assassin kill. 4 minutes later, another mob killed. So we have a nice little gap here. Yep, some dummy bought it for 100 chrono. If we can get it spaced out so that each of the 4 spawns has about 4 minutes between it, we'll be in a really good spot. Is my bitrate bad to you guys right now? Or is the visual quality looking fine? 500k, that's nuts, dude. How many hours of farming high keep does it take to get 500k? So now my big risk that's left is that a Pather will jump me while I fight one of these. Oh, like that Pather right there. Good thing my guy here came to loot that mask. I'll click my DE mask after this, it'll help with the visuals. get rid of that human vision. So I'm camping this, but it's probably dumb because I don't even know if I'll be able to kill the supplier. Aren't those gloves super rare though? You're talking about the vibrating gauntlets of Infused, right? Alright, so we've killed 3 of the 4 mobs that spawn up here. I think there's 4, right? With 4 minutes between each of them. So it's nicely broken. We shouldn't have to pull anything downstairs. It's so weird that my IVU fizzled. I should still sit up here so that people can't get up and contest my camp. Killed Assassin at 106, so 10 minutes ago. Hey, what's up, Modwolf? Dude, my ears still hurt from wearing these headphones for 25 hours over the weekend. It wasn't bad, Ender. I took a 5-hour nap and then I was up the rest of the day. I played a little bit yesterday, but I just had things going on. What was yesterday? Yesterday was Monday, so Monday I have to I take my dogs to like a training session and stuff, so I kind of blocked out the afternoon. So we just didn't have time to stream yesterday, otherwise I wanted to. Always feels good to get a nice long grind in. I'm gonna have the house to myself this weekend, so I might do another one, but on the Pally. By the way, Ender, thanks for simulating the friendly neighborhood wizard during that run and hooking us up with some ports. So Ender, do you usually spawn Linuga when you go to turn in rubies, or is she usually up for you? Mod Wolf, I got the DE mask last week, but I did have another one drop. Legacy is still dropping right now. Henny Coke, yes, if I die, the character is done. Is there a command where I can just do who all LFG or something? Captain Big Friend, what level range are you trying to see? So there's 81 people LFG right now. I don't know if this section works the same, but yeah, there's 81. It's at 10 a.m. on a weekday, so I think it's pretty good. Right, Gypsy Prince? Alright, Mod Wolf, you want local lore. So, local lore on Guck. Actually, we had this a couple days ago, and I realized now that I was wrong about the lore, so this is a good opportunity for me to set the record straight. Capped Big Friend, we just did level 1 through 50 in 24 hours on the weekend with naked characters just in a static group. So, as a monk, it wouldn't take very much time at all. If you're grouping and you're going to good zones, super easy. Alright, Mod Wolf, so check this out. The Froglocks, I think the Froglocks actually came from Kunark. So the Kunark tribes were the original Froglocks, most likely. They came here to Antonica, they landed in the swamps. There's a coast, the Barren Coast, I think. Maybe it's not the Barren Coast, but there's a coast right off the swamp that we don't really get to play in. With all the Broken Skull pirates and all that jazz. So they land here, they go to the swamps, they see the trolls. This is like a big army of Froglocks that comes over. They're led by a guy named Hopdor Thagalum. And there are a lot of pallies and clerics and stuff like that at the time. So they find Guck, which at the time, Guck is the home of the trolls. It is the main city of the trolls. They invade Guck, defeat many of the trolls, and force them out. Later, a troll named Yakesha, of course the famous sword named after them, goes on a rampage in Guck to get revenge. Yakesha was this warlord leader of the trolls at the time. And he kills tons of Froglocks, gets deep into the city, and then he calls upon Inarug to curse the Froglocks, and he releases the curse of Yakesha. Some say that it damns the souls of the Froglocks to the cauldron of hate that Inarug has, but regardless, it turns the Froglocks into the undead that we see today. Now, the Froglock, the ghoul lord, right, the top dog of the Froglock world, is the ghoul version of Hopdor Thagalum. Not today, sir. I'm trying to sneak up into my camp. And that's why he carries the short sword of Yakesha. It's literally the sword that Yakesha came into the city of Guck with to get revenge. So that's the local lore of Guck. And it's specifically stated in the lore that when you kill these ghouls, they eventually just re-rise again. They don't stay dead. So it's a huge problem for the Froglocks. Hey Cedric playing, thanks for the follow, man. Yeah, so I haven't played a troll too much in Guck. So I don't know how trolls fit very well in the space. I assume not great. But if you notice, in a lot of the rooms, the furniture is like kind of small relative to the room size. It's like more froglock sized. So yeah, this was originally the ancient city created by the trolls. And that actually explains the hieroglyphs that we see in Upper Guck that we were kind of puzzling about earlier. Hey, good morning, Owen. It shows these like tall, green-skinned creatures that definitely are not froglocks, and they're doing something. Those are the troll creation mythoses. You know, it's the trolls representing themselves in kind of like cave painting form. I think there's a group down below us that's pulling a lot of stuff. It might save me from having to deal with that pather, which will be really nice. Ender, I did Soul B to 45, and then we did Ocean Tears to 50. Kev, big friend, how much PP is a chrono? I think you get about 2,900, 2,800 right now for a chrono, but I'm not positive. Yeah, Charm is good, man. It's like 10 minutes. I'll link it in chat here in a sec. There we go. There are actually, there's two Shinlord solo videos. There's the one where I first encountered him. He had the bracer, but it's cool because you get to see like my mindset where I was like trying to pull him to different areas to avoid the heals through the walls. And you could see that it was like a longer fight. I didn't slow him because I didn't want to waste it on one that didn't have a Ghoulbane, but I did pop LOH and almost died. Yeah, Modwolf, I had a buddy on Cello who like quit spontaneously one night. He's like, hey man, I'm spending too much money. There's like these loot crates that you can get like dumb little trinkets from. And I guess he had spent like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on it, and his wife was really upset with them. It's always sad to see that kind of thing. I definitely wish they would get rid of the loot crates on this this game. Even though there's not like super like buy to win kind of stuff in them, people still go crazy on them. Mostly you can get like mounts, which you can't even use right now on Airdoon, and then you can get like illusion items. Man, the respawn time on this is beefy. I could put a lot more time between each spawn. Charm, it was 4 kills for a Ghoulbane. So my first kill was a bracer. The second one had a Ghoulbane. I tried to pull him somewhere, and a level 50 monk killed it, and then tried to give me the Ghoulbane. I was like, yeah dude, I can't take it. Like, I don't know why you would just kill a mob that you saw I was pulling, and then try to give me the loot. But whatever. So then the third one was a bracer, and it was like a DPS race scenario. And the fourth one was a Ghoulbane, and I got it solo. We basically had a level 50 Necromancer buddy of mine come down, and he was like, look, you guys can DPS race on the Shinlord when it pops, but if anyone else engages it but him, I'm gonna kill it. No one's gonna win, and then we're gonna rot the loot. So I just needed someone to ensure that I had my fair shot at it, absent player interference, basically. No, he told me I shouldn't be pulling the Shinlord. Like, I ran up and I said, hey, please stop. I'm hitting a bump right here. Is there an invisible player? You guys saw me hit that bump. I think there's like someone standing there in Viz waiting for me to get off the ladder. Yeah, there's a his name was Banish, right? He's awesome. He's a buddy of mine. He was a Ranger at SSF first, but his Ranger died. That's pretty much exactly what we didn't want to happen. Hey, there was someone in Viz there. Look at that. Ho ho, that was close. I was stunned. I couldn't pop LOH. Root broke, of course, immediately. My plan was just to walk away and heal up a little bit. I really didn't want to have to lay on hands. Now supplier spawns, there's nothing we could do about it. Hey Pied, thanks for the big sub, dude. Tier 3, that's crazy. Appreciate all the support. We almost just lost it all right here. Enjoy your 2-month sub badge. Yeah, I had to use 3 mallet charges on the Lord. If I had any left after that, I'm not sure what I used it on. Hey Keeps, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the 2nd month. Wonker, we are still counting. I have not gotten the earring yet. I have 2 more rubies ready. It's not. But it's also just like best in slot for like ear slots that I can get anyway, so there's no reason not to pursue it. I don't have anything else to do with the plat anymore. Nice Pied. Yeah, it's really good. Such a good earring. Man, this really sucks, dude. An hour and 8 minutes before we can fight Supplier. Odds of him spawning before then are super good. Dang, that's crazy lucky, Indy. You have to buy them from vendors, TwitchJ. They're 131 platinum apiece. Hey, what's up, Ocho? Honestly, I should just dip. Like, it's super dangerous. That guy's still sitting here in Viz. He popped up on the VOD a second ago when we were pulling something down. I wonder what his name was. You see this? This is where someone is sitting here invisible. I think they're waiting to snipe a named, yeah. Hey, thanks, Ocho. What's up, Tamina? It was a wood elf, that's for sure. Mugger? Probably not Mugger. Not Mugger. It's not half Grimo. There we go, Ezekiel. We'll go check on my new guy, I guess. It'd be so weird for a rogue to try to ninja loot it when like they could just, like, the timeline never expires for a rogue, you know what I mean? They can do it whenever. That bat could be a problem. What we could do is just pick out. Do they need it for their epic? Just the ability to become a dark elf? Yeah, I feel like that bat was like too far forward. It's usually closer to the wall. Maybe I'm crazy. $92 points. We get 2 points per kill. So we need to kill 46 more undead. to become non-KO with live side. Okay, so here are the hieroglyphs I was talking about. It'll be a little bit clearer with ultra vision. So I think this is like a trollish interpretation of themselves. They're wearing like, I mean, they're kind of trollish. They're not fat like we would expect, but that's the only difference really. Yeah, it's nice being able to see exactly what's going on with the faction system. No more guesswork. The problem is that some of the PHs we need to kill for a Linuga spawn are Froglock, I'm pretty sure. So we'll lose a bunch of faction just doing that, trying to spawn her. I have this marked on my handy dandy map here, her spawn location. So you just go over here and kill enemies near her spawn area. She usually pops within like 15 or 20 minutes. Mr. Jones, dude, unfortunately my next big level is 46. Like we're not gonna power scale very much until 46. So right now we're in the hardest leveling range of this whole run now. And then at 46 to 50, it's going to be slow, but it'll be a lot safer, a lot easier, because we get the big new undead nuke. See, this guy's like pretty much right in her spawn area, probably a potential PH. Four faction loss for killing one Froglock. Yeah, right, the zone times are really nice in the mornings. Yeah, Deep Six Cutlass is 100% in the game. I've seen a few of them floating around. They sell for about 1,000 plat right now. I don't think it's as good as a Ghoulbane though, so no sense in me worrying about it. Go sell while we're out here. I even saw someone with a blued two-handed hammer, like yesterday. Dang, for real, Ender? What was the hardest part of that quest? Oh, apparently everybody's doing it. Gotta be careful about that guy over there. So now we have enough for another ruby if we want. So did you just basically sit right around the entrance to Running Eye and kill everything that passed by to get king? What about the one that's in Lake Wrath? What's up, Ergo? Good morning, bro. Yeah, I think so. It's the only underwater mob in the group. Oh, for real, Ender? So what's the strat for camping that? Yeah, Mr. Jones, you can sell whole bags at once. So fire is easy, water is easy. King's Orb sucks. What's the other one? Oh, the Permafrost one. Dude, that's like a death sentence for this guy. Perma is so dangerous with all the grays that aggro you. Alright, looks like people are killing these PHs now. Might be a good time to stick around and try to get a Linuga. So in a couple months I'll be moving. We're purchasing our first home, and if I'm still streaming and stuff around that time, I'll probably set up like a streaming room with my computer set up in a way that is more amenable to streaming. So I'll be able to throw up a green screen on a wall and that kind of thing. Looking forward to it. I've uploaded the first 8 hours of the 1 through 50 marathon to YouTube. Should have the second 8 hours up later tonight. It's uploading now, it takes a long time, as I'm sure you guys can imagine. And then another day or two, we'll have the full run completely up. So I was saying earlier that I'm thinking about doing a lore series on YouTube. If I did that, what are some zones that you guys would want to see early on? Like some of the zones you would most like to see a lore discussion, kind of long format on. Think like 5 to 10 minute video. Miss more? Okay. Gypsy, it's pretty fast at first because like for a long time the spells cost almost nothing. Even like Malachite is very cheap. But then there's a big gap if you watch where once we were in Lava Storm, and that takes a long time to get that kind of like last set of spells. And then there's like running to pick stuff up and then share bank it and everything. If you watch that first part, you should see a bunch of times where I'm like turning my head and like leaning over off to the side. That's me messing with my other computer when I'm trying to like do something specific. But for the most part, you can just kind of reach over, you know, for like farming the fish, you just reach over and press one button and you get it. So that's not hard. Buying the spells is way harder than farming the plat. I think I threw it away maybe, but I had like a little sticky note where I drew like an inventory, and it had like where I planned to put the spells so that I could assign them quickly to people. Like first wave we're gonna put spells like here, and we're gonna trade them to this person, but then I ended up just trading them all to myself. Traditionally on like a real launch, we have someone who's not even in the group do that part. We'll have like a friend come in who's not going to be on the server racing, and the only thing that they focus on doing is farming that plat for us. And we're also not getting every spell. We're only getting like 1 or maybe 2 spells. Usually it's not even 2 spells per level. We're only getting like the necessary spells. Alright, so Mistmore, Najena, Unrest. Unrest would be an easy one. Najena would be hard. Befallen? Okay, Befallen's a good one. There's a lot of information on Befallen, so it'd be easy to flesh that out. Neriak. You know there's supposed to be like a 4th gate to Neriak? Guk, that's an easy one. Calithin. Keeps, what do you mean Calithin? That's where the hippies hang out. Canis would be cool. I need to look up more about G-Fey and then learn about the lore of Calithin. I'm pretty sure the Wood Elves are just kind of like a natural evolution of the High Elf, similar to like how Erudites evolved naturally from humans and humans evolved naturally from barbarians. High keep would be good. There's a lot of flavor in high keep. So many of them tie together that we'd have to do like a chain of zones all in like kind of one group. Paladin. It'd be good to learn about Paladin. I don't know a whole lot about it personally. Well, you know what? You could go over all like the different kings of Paladin, and they have some good stories there. Like the destruction of like the mountain range that became Dagnor's Cauldron. That's funny, Gypsy. Dude, I loved high keep back in the day. I lived in that zone. Thurg would be cool. Thurg is pretty well expanded. There's a lot of Crushbone lore that exists outside of the game that you could get into too. Like Emperor Crush has like some crown, or like all the emperors of Crushbone, which, you know, as they pass it down the line, they have some kind of crown that allows them to communicate with all the orcs within 100 miles. I did in Keeps. What's it like? I should check it out. Lanuga doesn't have a respawn timer. You have to. She's got like a pH cycle that you'd have to farm. I'm trying not to ruin my Froglock faction, so I am happy to let this warrior roll through and kill some stuff. It just seems like she'll just spawn naturally after a long time, but that's because there's so many mobs in here that will kill other mobs. Like there's a Basher out in the middle of the zone that kills random trash all the time. And the Slayers will spawn and roll all along the coast, killing PHs and stuff. Yeah, it could be cool to do like some of the prolific EQ characters. I think Mildrath especially. We've got like the pre-release lore for Mildrath. Alright, Lanuga has spawned. Yeah, so Meldrath was born with a twin. He has like a crazy kind of like mythical background story. He was born with a twin, and they were stuck together. They were conjoined twins. I can't take this. I'm doing an SSF run. The mother wanted them to be unconjoined, so eventually they used a potion to split her that they got somehow, or to split the kids. And when they were split, it turned out like one of the boys was like super sweet and nice, and one was really terrible and evil. So the nice one was so nice and light that he floated up into the sky, and the other one was so evil that he like bit his mom and ran away. That evil one became Meldrath, and he swore vengeance on Akanon for rejecting him. That reminds me of the Black Mamba's minion in Nectulus Forest. You fight one, you've got like a dozen. She's between Fearet and Grob. It's kind of like a danger zone for us. Could run into a Basher. Alright chat, what do we think? Is this our lucky day? Are we going to get an IV hoop? I think Ender is going to train her to the troll vendors in the north. Gotta be careful to watch for those shadow men. Dithrin, I did not need the IV hoop to get the Ghoulbane. There is a video though, so hang on, I'll link it for you. There you go. I did need to use 3 charges of my Midnight Mallet to get the Ghoulbane though. For real, dude. If you fight a snake, you're getting jumped. It's not, Mailman. You should try it out, it's a lot of fun. The pace is kind of slow, so it's a good game to be able to pick up and learn without too much issue. It's very group oriented, so if you like playing with people, it's a perfect game for that. Alright, here we go. One more attempt. Rip. So I think that's 6 or 8 that we've turned in now. Yeah, Charm. She only gives one of those 3. You know what? I might be able to just invis. I don't know. Seems dumb. Seems very risky. Grab Guard, dubious. Grab Merchants, indifferent. Reslog or Uzak. Hey, Superman, it's going good. We're level 38 now. I really want to try a Monk SSF hardcore. I think it would be a lot of fun. But it's like no point in trying it unless you could be an XR. So I'm super KOS with the Bashers, which is like the outside guard. Yeah, Scout. And we just gotta hope we don't have a poorly timed invis fail. With tailoring below Woo, you could make Cured Silk. So you would go Raw Silk, Cured Silk, Woo. So Superman, we are trying to get another IV hoop. We have enough platinum to buy 2 rubies, and we're going to give it another attempt here. We'll see if it works. It's kind of risky. We're going into a city where we're pretty KOS. So if like we have a bad moment with invis, it could be all over. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never crafted my own woos before, so I wasn't sure. I always knew it needed some kind of like brewing. What's going on, Hash Pipe? We're doing something really dumb right now. That was close. I wonder if that guy paths right to the zone line. Hey, what's up, Slythe? Try again. So the guys we want are up here. Man, this is so risky. Of course, there's a basher on the roof. Oh, and one here, and a pather. Jeez, do they have enough guards in this city? Which one are you talking about, Gypsy? Lanuga, I don't think she's on like good terms with the city folk, to be honest. We maybe made it? Would have felt real dumb if the run ended in Grob trying to buy rubies. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, right? They're like a military force in here. Alright, hopefully Lanuga is still up. Slythe, I don't accept ports. I have to run everywhere. AC would be the dream, dude. It would be the dream. I don't know that, like, I need to look up the spawn cycle for Ancient Cyclops in South Row. I'm under the impression that he's super rare, and every time I go there, there's a ton of people, which makes me think that I would get KS'd really quickly. I'm not trying to farm this thing for someone else to come loot it. I think on P99, the South Row one is like the preferred one to farm, right? In my experience, Ocean Tiers ones are easy to spawn. You just go there, you know, you clear Sea Furies, make a bunch of money in the process, and eventually you're gonna get one. Alright, Chad, here we go. Wish us luck. Nice, mallet, not bad. So if it doesn't go in this first bag, we know it's bad news because the cleaver and the hammer can't fit in the light burlap sack. So that was a lore duplicate. We got another hammer. Kind of sucks. Didn't want to sell it because like there's a good chance you don't get a hammer, and we want the hammers anyway. But getting a hammer is not a loss. That's a win. We can go camp sub easier now. Yeah, Cardis, that's a big brain play. I should have done that. Yeah, next hammer target is supplier for belt. Isn't? I think Gulbane is struck through. On my window, it shows struck through. Yeah, so now we can definitely do a sup. Should only take one charge per supplier, so we have 5 supplier kills here. We can do the assassin, we know for sure, without a mallet. And we could do 1 supplier with just lay on hands, probably, and no mallet required. So we have a good 6 supplier kills available to us. I think the only other thing that I would really need to kill, that I would need a hammer for, would be the Ancient Cyclops. Right before we zone into Elguk, I'll be right back 1 second. All right, we're back. He was up in the north by the troll merchants that sit on the hand. They sell the shaman spells. Yeah, this is the old school Resident Evil 2 t-shirt. I'm a big Resident Evil fan personally. Yeah, it was a big jump. I never read any of the Resident Evil books. Maybe I should check them out. Just kind of as like a mindless, fun read. I played Dead Space 1. I didn't play any of the other ones. It was good. It captured that feeling pretty well, like the old school REs did. I mean, I would say that the most important caster stats are probably like mana and your primary casting stat. And then after that, it might be resists. Like, hopefully you're not getting melee too much. If you're an enchanter, it's a little bit different. Like an enchanter or a necromancer, you're gonna get meleeed a lot. So then AC or raw HP probably would be good. When I say primary caster stat, I just mean like wisdom or intelligence, whichever one drives your mana pool. Yeah, I only played the first one. The first Dead Space I thought was really good. A lot of fun. Very scary. Gypsy Prince, probably not. You level so quickly, especially if you're in a group, that you could just plow right to 46 plus and then do planar armor. I mean, on Cello, we killed Imp and Avatar of War, King Tormax, and basically like leather armor, so. Hey, Truffle Lord, thanks for continuing your sub. Enjoy your 2-month sub badge. Yeah, exactly. Like, the early EQ raid content especially is a lot easier than people think. But I understand like the desire to chase good gear. You know what I mean? You want to improve your character. It's what keeps you motivated to play a character at max level. But definitely from a raid perspective, it's not super necessary. Caps, this is a custom UI that I use. You can type !UI in the chat and you'll be given a link to this exact UI. Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is you got to do whatever you think's fun. Are you rocking a Cloak of Flames on your Enchanter, Ender? Nice. Are you an EQ baby? Did you pay the chrono price for your Cloak of Flames? The Holly price. How much did it cost, if you don't mind me asking? $20 chrono? Dude, that's like incredibly cheap for classic. Did it only take 21 years for people to realize that Cloak of Flames is overrated and price it appropriately? $20 chrono is like $200 at the black market value of chrono. But knowing Ender, he probably just farmed it himself. Right, yeah. Yeah, if you're buying them 18 a piece, they're way more expensive. If you level up quickly, you can farm so much chrono on a server if that's like your goal. You get 50 in like that first wave, you farm some big plat items and lock down early plat camps when plat to chrono ratio is crazy. When people are pushing for those big trade skills early on, you can get like chrono for like 200 to 400 plat. You can farm that kind of plat in like an hour in high keep, and that's not even like the optimal zone. Yeah, exactly. Cardis, just like that. Yeah, so you just knock out those guards. It's usually a guard camp. It's nice and easy, like high pass, or not high pass, high keep, Paniel, and Rivervale are the three big ones. Then you can also do the Shadow Knight, Paladin guilds, and Kanos. And Felwith. Felwith is huge. Easily in the first like 3 weeks, first month, you can make 100 chrono. I wonder if these are still split from when we split them earlier, or if someone let them like fully repop and then came and cleared them all at once. Dude, you know, Gypsy, you could actually go to Sol A before that, and you could be getting fine steel from those mobs even earlier. I think Sol A might be the earliest fine steel you can get. It's a little bit more random though. I think the Erolici sisters are like guaranteed. Yeah, that's true. It's definitely not. Can you death loop on a level 1 by wearing this still? Hey Captain, I mean like any amount is enough as long as you're having fun. That's all that matters. But yeah, I would say it would be enough. if you have like relatively low playtime, what I would say your best bet is to form your own groups. Never wait for a group. Go to a zone and say, recruiting these classes for this zone. Send me a tell, and then form a group fast and get grinding right away. Yeah, it really sucks that they changed the illusion through doors thing. There's my problem. This guy right here. He'll add when I pull that thing down. Nothing's going to be easier than a mage. Mage will be super easy. Every group will take a mage ASAP. You can even solo when you need to without much issue. Is this guy pulling? Hopefully he's pulling past me, right? Yeah, everyone knows that monks are pretty good, so it'll be fine regardless, but I think mage would be easier to get a group on than a monk. See, now we got two spawns up here. That's surprising, Gypsy. But you know what? After the rush, a lot of people don't roll mages anymore. Like, in the beginning, you see a million mages, but a few weeks later, there are not many mage mains in the game. It just doesn't translate. Ooh, 203 bind wound. That skill up was fast. You don't even take him to 60, you just take him to 55. Yeah, exactly what Keeb said. I think it would be cool to main a mage just because you'd be like one of the few raid mages in a guild. What was the name of that monk that was pulling through here? That's true. People just assume that you're like scum of the earth a lot of times as a mage. Got LOH up in 1 minute 9 seconds. Try not to do anything too dumb until then. This guy's tough. He's at the upper end of the level spectrum for Wand Ghoul Knights 36. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, like, you should just play whatever you're gonna have fun with. That's all that matters. It's a video game, you know? Fun should be your first consideration. Don't get caught up in the hype of anything else. I'm actually pretty much okay with him pulling that. Alright, so this one died at 4440. This one's gonna die not too much longer after that. The only bad thing about him grabbing that mob right then was that it's gonna put these spawns really close to one another. Right, yeah, Dismiss Undead is my proc, but Expulse is my best hardcast nuke. Man, another Bind Wound skill up. Alright, so they just killed that at 45. So we have like a 40-second gap. Definitely as a monk, like I would put my first 20 skill points or so into Mend. Mend has a direct skill to percent chance to succeed ratio. So like at 100 Mend, you're always going to succeed. And then I would save all of the rest of your skill points for when you get Feint Death. And you'll start out with 5 or 10 points in Mend. So that 20 points that you invest there will put you at 25 or 30. Which is good enough to get you out of the crit fail range. And you'll start having value in actually using Mend. You could, of course, play both. So the mob downstairs and the first one we killed up here have about 5 minutes in between them. That's pretty good. Thick Beta Belt would be so nice. 13 points of additional strength. A nice chunk of AC. Put us at 139 strength. I mean, early EQ Gypsy just is not super complicated. Like, no class is so involved unless you're playing like a bard and not using melody on purpose. Later on, everyone's got to do a lot. Like, way later on, though. This is the Fine Plate Helm. It's a bit better than the Fine Steel. I think it's like 1 or 2 AC better. You talking about the Blackened Iron Helm, Nils? I think it's worse. Yeah, we've had 2 mobs spawn up here. One got pulled by one of the monks up here. What's up, Zero Fac? Why would someone think that I would just let them walk up this ladder into my camp? This guy just orders me to invite his rogue. Uh-oh, he knows us. We've given away 1 mask this morning already. Oh man, that guy almost made it. Hey Zero, I hope you are enjoying that 2-month subscriber badge. By the way, thanks for sticking around for that 2nd month. That's good old Aerodune's helmet there. Alright, he says he just wants a dagger for his rogue. Here's where we run into trouble. Last time I let someone come up there, they were like that, same thing happened. Mob engaged them, so I just stood up there and I was fighting it up there, and then like 3 more spawned on me. Liog, thanks bro. Appreciate you supporting me for 2 months. So I'm not super hip to Twitch. Do you just keep the first badge forever, basically? Nice, I guess that's kind of swagged out. So our last kill was at 44, 10 minutes. There's a 10-minute gap between these spawns, that's nice. Yeah, that mask is nice, I'm using it now. Makes you smaller, gives you better vision. Also, it's just kind of cool. And yeah, I've seen it go for anything from 500 plat to 1 chrono. There's something weird where it's been extending on some previous servers, but eventually it will return to like only the Rogue Bard version. But the ones that you loot now will always work. He just stops dropping this version. I think right now it's Guise of the Deceiver, it becomes Mask of Deception. Oh yeah, you got plenty of time, dude. No rush. Yeah, I'm not positive on how it works. This is a lower GOG 0. Yeah, Ender posted the thing from Negreth. Hey Grix, good afternoon, dude. How's it going? Oh, I see, Ender. Kind of in a weird spot here. I guess we're full on mana, so we better do our buffs now. At least these buffs are like healing us the rest of the way, basically. What were you imagining for Rome? It's going good, Grix. Going good. I'm happy that I could defy some expectations there. I'm getting fat, man. Corona has me stuck in the house. My 1.5 mile time is going to be terrible. Oh, what's going on, dude? I had no idea that was you. Yo, watch how much mana this takes out of my bar, this Spirit Armor spell. It's like 11 AC. I think I'm getting a cold or something. Fingers crossed it's just like a head cold. Alright, so we should have one more spawn. Before this guy pops. So Pharaoh, I am solo. I can only loot items that I have farmed by myself. I can only use items I've crafted or quested myself. And if I die, it's all over. Nils, I forget if there's 3 or 4 up here. The other day people were telling me there was 4 spawns up here, though I used to think that there was only 3. If there's 4, then I'm waiting on 1. If there's 3, then we're done. And the next spawn will be downstairs. Yeah, so if it's... Does the pather path up into the room? Hopefully Wasn't will just tag this and take it to his group. Yeah. We've had a few close calls for round. Even today we had some close calls. Monklicious, I don't think I'm famous. I appreciate the implication, though. I think that group that's downstairs is catching that pather before it ever comes up to me, because I haven't seen it one time all day. But this guy, so like what I like to do is I like to pull him down here and fight him in this corner. And if this mob over here is spawned, when I do that, he'll jump in. That's funny, Zero. So what classes are you guys doing? Oh, okay, so yeah, I saw you guys killing a mob down here for that was probably the pather. Shaman Ranger should be sick. You guys are gonna crush it. Yeah, I did a lot of rusty to tarnished kind of stuff. Grix, I just kind of did a lot of research on what I thought was doable for me, I guess. I used a lot of like P99 wiki, some ALA, just some of my own knowledge. Anything that was like my level or lower, I considered a strong option. I prioritize strength and strength, AC, and stamina. Hey, good morning. Good morning. How's it going, Acno? Right, yeah, Deepwater Harpoon is nice. But, Ranger works, man. You could get sort of more in, especially duo. You can get it pretty early. So, if it wasn't for the monk pulling one of the mobs up here, we could just sit up here and do everything up here now. But because he pulled one, this spawn and the left spawn are only about 40 seconds apart. We're doing alright, man. We're doing alright. We're getting some good EXP, camping a thick banded belt. The item I have that gives clicky DA, man, every time I inspect it, I'm worried that I'm going to accidentally burn it. This is a shiny brass idol. It comes from High Pass. It drops from one of the orcs there. It's not really contested, so it's a good time to go get it right now while there's bonus EXP rates, or sorry, bonus spawn rates. Cap, you probably have the Luckland models on. I'm using the classic models. You've got to go into your options before you launch the game and select classic. Like when you're on the launch pad thing, there's like a gear icon on the left. Click that and then go to one of the settings on the side there, and it'll let you select classic models if you prefer these. Personally, I think the classic models are better, but some people like the new models from 2001. Is it wasn't? Is that the monk? So that means we should have these guys spawning in like 3 minutes. What's going on, Hidokiru? Oh shit, wasn't watching the stream. Ferone, you can't refresh the idol, you gotta camp a new one. This is my second idol. I had to use one. I was trying to do the 3 wizard spawn where Ritualist is, and I had a critical fail on my Soothe. So they all came after me. They hit me with an instill immediately, and I was right next to the skeletons. So I had to pop my DA idols to get out of the zone. I think it'd be cool if they updated the player models again. Some people would like it at the very least. As long as they let you continue to use the classic models if you prefer, then I don't think it would be a problem. Yeah, on P99 people use the DA idle and stuff for pulls a lot, or they used to before the recharge nerf. Unfortunately, it's a bit cost prohibitive here for raiding. You don't like the appearance of your character standing at attention straight in the center of the mount? Yeah, they probably don't have the resources, but it would be awesome. We only have 40 seconds to pull this guy down. Alright, we got our slow in. Man, he landed some big hits there. Getting some nice procs in here. Stop interrupting me. Wrong spell. Had to pop it just in case. Whew. Rip. If only I hadn't accidentally gone with a root click instead of a nuke, we would have been good. You could just kill that for own if you want. Yeah, almost got me because I messed up, pressed the wrong button. Frone, let me know if you need me to jump in and help with that. Yeah, better LOH than the idol, that's for sure. It's crazy because I did that without lay on hands at level 35. Just goes to show you that we haven't had a big improvement in our power scaling over the last 3 levels. Nah, we're gonna stay here because we have the hammer. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, it keeps my ears still hurt. My right ear especially is in a lot of pain. Cap, you have to use pet stop to just make your pet stop messing around when you're trying to pull, or to stop tank, because your pet, when stopped, will regenerate at a faster rate. If I don't wear the headphones, I can't like hear the music or anything, or hear like the audio cues of like follows and things like that. $12.11. This one was slain. I killed the first one at 12:10. Jeez. So we have 90 seconds in between now. It's getting better. Yeah, I need to look at what to do with the audio situation. I feel like when I rewatch the VODs and stuff, it's not an echo, but there's like a weird like tinny quality. Hey Rect, I'm trying to get a thick banded belt from the supplier. I mean, this is the mic I use. Obviously, it's not like an incredible microphone or anything, but it does pick up like the sound of my PC, just like the fans running kind of thing. So I use push-to-talk and all that. Well, I was kind of like moving it around, Gypsy. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't think you see the way it normally faces. Yeah, I need to put up like some foam or something on the walls, I guess, to eliminate the echo a little bit. Yeah, I've got a pop filter on. So now we can just pretty much hang out in this room, actually. It's also a good time to redo our buffs. We know that our buffs will be up when supplier respawns, at least. The only thing, I almost don't want to say it because like EQ will jinx me for saying this, but the only thing that could spawn in here that would really be a problem for us now would be a wizard. Level 35 wizard NPC would be very tough. I should pull up like a diagram showing me how exactly how the microphone is supposed to face. This is something I had from like 2015, 2016-ish. It'd be nice for Rome. You'd think they would just make some kind of setting like that, right? It can't be too hard. Yeah, I actually ordered some noise canceling foam today. Yeah, for Rome, that's what I do to get my classic spell files. Oh, that sucks, Gypsy. Alright, let's see if EQ makes me pay for fighting these guys up here. Oh, that's a good point, Acno. Hey, Ferone, thanks for the follow, dude. What's up, Nabi? Thanks for the follow. Bury's Oaken Shield. Druid would be fine for DPS and heals and stuff. I think Druid would be good. Yeah, I did end up getting some Dwarven Work Boots. Hey, Ferone, thanks for the sub, dude. Really appreciate it. It was funny, I wasn't streaming it, but Pantheist Heathen was streaming, and he ran into me while I was doing it. Zero, I'm in base pick. So the kill where I got the boots, I think, I had to do some crazy Delta Force shit. There were a bunch of terrors up, so I couldn't invis past them. So what I did was I soothed them, and that hallway that goes to Garnel's room had one right in the center. I knew I couldn't run through them. So I went in the pit on the bridge. I soothed Garanel. I IVU'd myself. I jumped over the gap, taunted Garanel, jumped over the gap again, and then pulled him out solo. Yeah, he was like, wait a second, it's that guy. It was funny because I was watching his stream as I was doing it. Yeah, base pick's always high pop because there's 30 people sitting at the zone line. There's a little blurb there that Gypsy brought up for why we went with Paladin. Nice. Base pick is all our chat. Oof, Flesh Eater almost made it. Oh, he did make it, great. I kept that one. I let the chat vote, and they voted that we keep it. This camp might be over. Hey, thanks, Gypsy. He wants the belt. What's up, Ender? Nice. Glad to see Ender helping people out. I mean, if this Necro wants to DPS race us, there's really nothing that we could do about it. It will be impossible for us to get a kill. I don't think you could charm the sup, right, Ender? Ah, okay. Well, there's the whole E-Bolt thing. Like, E-Bolt will, after one tick, E-Bolt will do full damage for DPS race purposes. Did they fix it? I guess we'll find out. You have a 50 Shadow Knight, Ender? Ah. He said that he doesn't want to have to bring his 50 mage over here. I also do not want to bring my 50 mage over here. But I will. Rip. Ergo, we've got a new level 50 mage. Congrats, Ferone. Yeah, nothing you could do about it though. That's just the way it goes, I suppose. Ferone, Ender, and Zero, you guys should form a little group so your DPS all counts together. If we see an E-Bolt hit the supplier, you guys should just go ham and kill it. Better that you guys get it than some random. Perhaps. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's like, it's antisocial, but it's okay. The bottom line is like the GMs, whatever GMs there are, whatever customer service opportunities there are, they don't want to waste that resource on camp disputes. Monklicious, what are you talking about, dude? Gotcha. We've only killed 2 in this cycle. I think the last one should be due like any time now, basically. Your boy, Fuzzy Slippers, thanks for the follow. Rip MR the Necro, not paying attention. Not that they need it. Not really, because I could just like cast it on myself and get the same skill up. Pop. We're gonna have an ad in 90 seconds. I'm gonna actually pull this down the ladder. At level 26, Fuzzy, I would go to Unrest. He's not really being a jerk. He has not engaged the sup, so we're good. All right, what do we think, folks? Is this the belt? There's our tell history. I basically just asked, you know, what was up. Bag. I'm gonna leave that on the corpse if anybody wants it. I think that's our third belt, our third bag today. Where'd this wizard come from? Hey man, if you guys want to call somebody out, you can do it privately. This chat's not the place for it. Fuzzy Slippers, I soloed in Unrest from like 26 to 35-ish, something around that kind of range. You know what, it'll open up for you a lot at level 30 actually when you get your new undead nuke. Yeah, I told him this is solo self-found. Solo self-found permadeath. Nice, that's awesome, dude. How's it going? Yeah, Harpoon is real nice. I was using the Harpoon until a couple days ago when I got my Ghoulbane. Yeah, this is Iridium. It's good right now, but you know, prime time it might get laggy again. Right, yeah. One death is game over for this character. Captain, I don't really see a big reason why this would last any longer than any other TLP server with a similar rule set. Yeah, Fuzzy Slippers. I did a lot of my fine steel farming in High Keep. I was killing guards there. They drop it, you know, they drop fine steel short sword 100% of the time. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get faction hits for sure. You just gotta deal with it. Yeah, you do. I benefited a little bit because I leveled in High Pass for several levels, so I was like pretty much ally. So I got a lot of kills in before I was almost KOS. I think I stopped right before I hit KOS in High Keep. Yeah, I mean, Faceless is on Celos right now, and they still split raid everything. So they've got 2 full raid forces worth of people. Though, I mean, like, there's no illusions about the population on the server being low overall. Hey, Jury, thanks, man. I had to get some sleep after that 25-hour stream. Celos just opened Veil of Alaris. I mean, most people just don't really want to go past like the golden era of EQ. J-Twig, I did not delete the mage. I let the chat vote, and they voted to keep the mage, so we still have it. I'll be right back in 1 sec. Oh, good timing. The one mob that can see through IVU popped while I was gone. No, Tolan, on Saturday, me and some friends did a 1 through 50 marathon stream. Separate from this run, and at the end I kept my mage. We didn't end up doing the duel. He still owes me a duel. Grats on that mask. You might be able to hear the background noise if I'm not talking and I just leave my push to talk key on. Here, check it out. Do you hear anything? I think that's the pather aggroed somebody. Huh. So we've had 3 supplier bags today. Hopefully the 4th one is the charm. Hey, no problem, Zero. Ender, emphasis on gigantic. Ferone, someone grab the mask. If you need another one, you could have the next one. I don't think I've seen the acapella. I've seen one where a guy does it with like a bunch of random instruments and plays it. And it's actually, it turns out it's like the actual composer for the music, David Weiss. Fire for effect. Maybe someone in chat might have something? The biggest thing I could say is just kind of like focus on fun first and go in and look for groups and everything will pretty much work out. It's not too hard. Hey, Village Bikes, it's going good, dude. We're crushing it. Almost halfway through 38. Right now we're really not EXPing much. We're just trying to get this supplier to drop a belt for us, and then we will be on our way. Well, I had originally said that I was going to do it when we did the 1 through 50 stream, and so I did, and now that I've got it like set up and I've messed with it a few times, I figure like I should use it now and then at least. Apparently some people are surprised that I'm not like a 90-year-old fat man. Knots, we're going to be here all the way until 50, but camp-wise, I'll probably continue to do this area until 40, and then we'll go down to Safe Hall. I'd like to eventually be able to kill the Savant and get the 25 AC breastplate he drops. Check it out. Thanks, Cuddle One. It's my wife did it. She's the barber in the house now that COVID's out there. Yeah, Guano Harvester is like super rare. I don't think I've ever seen him on the server, and we did Soul B for both my 1 through 50 runs. Well below average, no. Basically, once you didn't engage the first supplier that spawned, no one cared. It's crossed out to represent that it was achieved. Honestly, Village wasn't too tough. The hardest part was like dealing with people who were willing to DPS race me for it. Eventually we got a solo one with a Ghoulbane, and it was a long fight. It was like 10 minutes. I had to use 3 clicks from my my slow mallet. Oh, I just realized you guys can't see my tailwind. So I mean, it's not like I was freaking out about this Necro being here. Just said, hey dude, are you gonna be DPS racing? That's pretty much it. I don't blame people for doing it. It's it's within the bounds of the rules. Not a big deal. It's just something you have to accept is gonna happen with EQ. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of ambiguous. Like saying yes or no would be a lot easier. Hey Zeldak, thanks for the follow, dude. Yeah, Ergo, 1 sec. I am at 11 days, 2 hours, and 27 minutes played. Yeah, Mr. Jones, after 45 it starts taking a long time. We could even see it in the logs when we're tracking like our level per hour rates. 48 and 49 especially are very long. Where are you leveling up at, Mr. Jones? Yeah, Ferron, they're banking on you just giving up, dude. Oh man, that's okay. Yeah, if you're I think that's a charm pet that someone has. If you're doing a camp, focusing on an item, the EXP just kind of comes and you don't notice it too much, so it's not bad. But yeah, the reason it starts to slow down so much in the 40s is just because you run out of mobs that are like sufficiently higher level than you to get good EXP per kill. Yeah, your boy Fuzzy Slippers. If you go to my YouTube channel, I've got everything starting from level 1. Grix, definitely the most difficult SSF class would be Rogue. Probably after that would be like Warrior, and then after that I think would be Paladin. So for this, like, we went with Paladin because I wanted it to be as hard as possible while being fun to watch and with like room for innovation and nuance and kind of how you approach encounters. Warriors and rogues are harder than a Paladin, no doubt, but like they're kind of trapped in this thing where if they can't win with auto attacks, there's not a lot that they can do to change the outcome. Whereas Pally, we have room to have some cool plays happen with like rooting or fearing with blinding light, or just being able to do creative pools with lull and stuff like that. Most difficult race choices. Anything evil would be hard because it limits your quest options. So like ogre warrior would probably be the hardest. Yeah, I love this Donkey Kong Country soundtrack. Maybe High Elf would be the hardest Pally race. It'd be the hardest at first, but then later on, like most of my damage comes from spells now, so I kind of wish that I had more wisdom. High Elf would obviously be really good for that. Yeah, I was stupid and went full stamina. I wanted to, it's funny, like, I went full stamina and then like level 5 or 6, I was like, man, I should have gone full strength, but it's too late, we're already a couple levels in. And here I am now with 11 days played. S tier would be like Necromancer. I think Necro might be the only truly S tier, because like the risk reward is super lopsided. Like even an Enchanter, which is a powerful solo class, at least has a lot of risk. I don't think I could break them all down right now, but any class with a pet is pretty good. Even to be totally honest, dude, any pure caster class can, with enough precaution, can guarantee that they're never going to die. Like if you are a caster primarily, so not a hybrid and not a pure melee class, if you're a caster and you meant a full between each combat, you're never going to lose. You need a series of events to go poorly for you to get killed. And honestly, like as a caster, you also basically don't need gear. A Necro, you could never put it, you could put 0 pieces of gear on a Necromancer and it would level up to 50, still pretty trivially, and still probably would have almost no chance of dying. What's up, Bobby? See, the only thing that would go crazy potentially with an Enchanter is like Charm Break while you're fighting 1 or 2 mobs. Maybe they're here in Lower Gok and then you get rooted and it could go poorly. But I mean, you could still lock it down with Mez if you're good. A bad resist could screw you. Necromancer just always has Feign Death to fall back on, which is so powerful. The world famous Bobby Big. The sleeper. So this is the sup PH. It's actually really bad that we just got rooted here. We technically have enough time to get out of here before the next respawn. but not a lot of time. It's not a bad thing about the wizards. It's that there's like only a 90-second gap between this spawn and the second spawn, I think. Like, oh, okay, that's some shit over there. Okay. I always get aggro on that mob down there, but it doesn't actually like fight me. It just like is close enough to social aggro when someone else is fighting it. I think Necros are probably the best at locking down a group camp level DPS race. You can't train them out. E-Bolt is just wild. Alright, this is good. We can leave that broken for a bit. Or we can let that break while we met up. Oh, I think Wizards would be a good SSF class. Yeah, Liak, it's crazy. What was the GM's name? Yeah, Mr. Jones, that would be like a really weird gray area. If I was truly gonna die, no matter what, then I would probably just call it a loss. Luckily, we've never had it like that. I've had a lot of people like drive by and heal me between combats. Bobby, no, I didn't. I let chat vote, and chat voted to keep it. I'll probably use it to run around and do like a little lore series. I'll take it to Lower Guck and do like a YouTube video on Lower Guck lore. Are you going to level yours up to 50 or are you just going to leave it at 49? You know what? I'm gonna get down just in case the assassin spawns. What would be a cool class composition for a rush to 50? You know what I think would have been fun if we do it again, but we include a second group for us to race against? Grick, I think Monk is a lot of fun, but it's like so hard to do a Monk right now when you know that if you just wait a month and a half, you could do an Ixar Monk. But then people are going to expect you to SSF all the way to 60, so... Dude, I think the 6 wizards would be like level 25 by the time the mage is finished. We killed the assassin 20 minutes ago. Sir, I am sitting here for a reason. Don't levitate. Will it work? It's really hard to climb ladders while levitating. If only he would press the duck button. Hey Frone, if you want the assassin, I think he's due very soon, so better be awake. Yeah, he tried really hard to get up there. He's a wizard, I don't think that we could beat him. We'll see what goes down though. Ferone, there's your assassin spawn. It's weird that he's casting Conflag on this assassin that he didn't want. Yeah, this is how it is, my Colossal. I don't know why Assassin is so camped. Like, honestly, I don't know what that guy was actually doing, why he killed the Assassin. I don't need the Assassin, so I don't care a lot, but obviously it's kind of like a low-class thing to do. Hey, Frone, the mask is on the corpse. Oh, some other guy got it. Yeah, he KS'd it and then gave it to someone else. I've already given out 2 masks today, so I mean that one would have gone to Zippy, who's like sitting up here waiting for one. Angel, it might just be that I'm Dark Elf Illusion, so the gear looks visually different. Don't jinx me, boosted. This shield is the one that I've had since the teens. It's the Cracked Darkwood shield. I mean, apparently they have to stay there, otherwise people will just come up and cast mobs in here. There's no way I'm doing the Aegis of Life quest. Imagine me not getting KS'd on a what's his face? That dude in South Corona. Yep, I got the Ghoulbane. What is the point of a pick? I mean, pick zones alleviate camp drama very slightly, but I mean, there's still like 5,000 concurrent players on Aerodune sometimes, so there's going to be drama no matter what. Like, we just had a guy come up and kill steal an assassin for basically no reason. Yeah, Rect, I do need to update it. I'll update it today after the stream. It used to be like that, Grix. It used to be the one person could hold picks open indefinitely. There's no punishment. Yeah, P99 definitely has better enforcement, in my opinion. That's just something that we're going to have to anticipate dealing with more and more as we get closer to 50. We're in that area where mobs that we can kill even solo are still of interest to high level people who want to sell the loot or who knows what. But the thing is, like, if you get upset about it, you're just kind of like losing twice, right? Like, you've already lost the mob or the item that you wanted. If you just get real butthurt about it, now you're like extending the period of time that you're taking that L. So I try to just, accept that it's part of the game and move past it. Yeah, that guy was being scum. I mean, like, what he did with us wasn't that big of a deal, but the way he started acting when he felt like even a little bit of resistance kind of shows you what he was all about. Such a strange thing to do. Let's ask him. Let's see what a baller thinks, like what his mindset is. What's going on? Balls in mouth. It's going all right. Who knows? I wasn't after it at all. You know what I mean? I already have my stuff. I don't need the dagger. I don't need the mask. Ferone, you could just press the duck button and walk through it. Grix, I've gotten two or three assassin kills today, 2 or 3 supplier kills, and I've been giving away all the loot. Well, the guy who KS'd this was a wizard, but he already had the DE mask. Like, he changed from an erudite into a dark elf, and then KS'd the assassin from Sauna. He probably just isn't going to respond to us. See, you made it. So I guess his justification is that I was a dark elf. Maybe he thinks that that's like my box or something. Who knows? What's up, Big Bad Jeff? So they say, Ferone. You should be using E-Bolt if someone decides to race you. Envenomed Bolt. Well, then you better hit VOTS and spam taps if someone tries to race you again. Zero, a lot of people want to go Ixar just so that they can get the regen bonus or they think they look cooler, etc. Regen bonus, AC bonus, better origin spot. And the respawns are getting slow. We have 40 people in the zone. So we killed the last assassin at... Oh, there we go. That's not good. I don't remember the reason. Like, I don't know if we have a space enough respawn for me to kill this here solo. I don't know if there's a mob spawn downstairs either that will aggro us. This is our last sub of the stream, so here's hoping, guys. Big rip. Yeah, it's bad today, but we've had enough good luck during this run that, you know, I probably am owed some bad luck. The real bad luck was having it taking 3 clicks of my hammer to get slow to land. Looks like it would have been safe to pull him down anyway. For anyone who's in chat, you guys can go grab that bag. It's funny because this guy who KS'd Pharaoh on the assassin, he said he was here for shins. But like, what's the mindset there? We're like, yeah, there's no shins here, and he's like, nah, Zaide just killed a shin. I'm like, yeah, so like, you could just walk in and start killing the mobs that I'm camping? Like, I understand that within the rules you can, but what makes you think it's like cool to do? Ooh, gotta get out of there. Yeah, I mean, we need to sell and stuff, but the bottom line is without a hammer and with lay on hands down, there's no way we could do another sub. Probably safer just. Yeah, I've got to bounce. Yeah, I need more rubies. I'd probably, well, you know what? I can sell the hammer for 70 plat. 32 Ranger Cleric box? Dude, you would tear Unrest Basement apart with that Cleric. Just sit the Ranger in a corner while you nuke everything down with the Cleric. You'll eat hags for breakfast. It'll be great EXP. Nah, it's not. Just gotta find a pick and just move in, you know what I mean? I was able to solo an Unrest Basement for most of my levels. Unless you only play during prime time, and then it could be a problem for sure. Yeah, Chinchilla, we did 4 or 5 supplier kills today, all bags. We got a couple assassin kills, we gave away the masks. See, that's the problem, Jeff. You gave up. You got to check 25 of the 25 picks. Dude, he's a Ranger Cleric. He doesn't want to kill live side. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. Those more densely populated outdoor zones like that. I remember doing over there a lot back in the day. We used to just sit up on the statue area that led to Skyfire and pull everything to there. Dude, I wonder what level I'll be able to do Supplier without any kind of slow, like, you know, just straight up beat him 1v1. I think he's 36. So we actually have enough money for 1 ruby. But we'd have to run to Freeport to get it because we only have 1 cloudy potion. We need 2 cloudy potions to use the vendors in Grob again. Yeah, Liak, I have the stun Aug in my Ghoulbane. Hey, Ashley the Monk, thanks for the follow, dude. Very much appreciated. Looks so much better with Ultra Vision. Yeah, Mr. Jones, there's a client-side server tick. Sorry, not a server tick. There's a client-side tick and a server-side tick. The client is guessing at the tick time, and then the server sends a message and corrects it. So if you see it go up and then it goes back down, that means the timing that you did was off. You were on the server side tick or the client side tick, not the server side. Yeah, Bard would be fun for real. J-Twig, I wanted the best stats without being a dwarf. That's basically all there is. I really wanted to start in Kanos. And I normally main a monk, so I'm used to being a human anyway. Gypsy, we had a ghoul supplier that was pretty dang close. He resisted the first 2 charges of my mallet. Still threatening. We need about 40 kills to become non-KOS. Throne, I don't think I could kill the supplier right now. I was using a Midnight Mallet to slow him, and I'm out of charges. Gypsy, I didn't do Ocean of Tears until like if you're talking about Deepwater Harpoon, I didn't do that until way later. I did do the Shining Star of Light at level 5. It's gotta be like video number 2, Shining Star of Light. And for that, I just ran to Kithakor Forest to farm honeycombs. We didn't do the Deepwater Harpoon till like 18 or something. Pretty deep in. Yeah, I think I waited at least for IVU, but it turns out the skeletons on the island aren't even, they're not even KOS, so I didn't need to. But the real reason is that there's just no reason to use the Deepwater Harpoon before level 20 because of the damage cap. I want to say it did, Grix, because I was doing a lot of research into quests and stuff beforehand. Like I knew about the Shining Star of Light and the Shield of Knife. Those were my 2 big quests that I wanted to do. And then also Kano's Catacombs has a lot of really good loot that you can get early on, like the 5 HP earrings and the 5 HP rings, which I did all of that stuff. That sucks, dude. How long have you been LFG? Oh, I mean, 2.5 hours is still a long time to be looking for a group. Are you soloing in the meantime? Like, what are the odds that a pather is going to jump me? Because a mob does path right over here. We got a group right here, so odds seem low. Yeah, your best bet is just to form your own group, I bet. What do we think, folks? Do I win the DPS race? I think I have it. Nah, no belt. Yep. Like what Leok said, I ran out of charges. The last ghoul that we fought took 3 charges to land slow. Well, we made it over 50%. It's not bad, considering we were like primarily camping a mob today. I like this monk because he goes up here and pulls these mobs. Most people just like leave those alone, and it's such a waste. Right? Monk needs to get off my mobs. Nah, it's okay. I'm pretty sure his camp was like pulling all those, so I'm like really encroaching on his space by engaging that one. I don't feel too bad because like how many mobs can a solo paladin really steal from you? You know what I mean? I'm like a mosquito that has arrived in your camp. A nuisance at best. Yeah, I think I've fully recovered now. I'm feeling better. I think I'm getting a cold or something though. Hopefully it's not the Rona. Dude, I'm telling you, a TLP and Kunar would be choice. Hey Bobby, are you streaming today? Right. We gotta check one of the picks. Maybe the... Oh, there's a perfect pick. You're making an enchanter now? Alright guys, I'm getting ready to wrap this up in not too long, maybe like the last 15 minutes here. Are there any EQ like books or items that you would like to see that you've never seen before, but you know of? Right, Ender, thanks, dude. Any actual lore to the fire pots? I don't know, I'm sure there is. There's gotta be an idea there. We gotta wait for that Pather to come back, otherwise I'll end up with 2. I mean, there's 2 Pathers. I might end up with 2 regardless. Yeah, I'm gonna get 2 Pathers at once. So we definitely don't want to get any ads. Alright, after this combat, I'll go grab something. Hey, congratulations, dude. Now you gotta stay in that group as long as possible. What level are you on the Wiz? Oh, you know what's gonna be nice, dude? At 40, we get that innate AA thing for Pallies. Innate Holy Forge or something? That could actually be a pretty big bonus for us. Unless I just get killed by this, these 2 light blues right now. Something like that, dude. It's really good. I don't have a Velia's Prama Guide. That guy just left that there. That was whack. I don't know, maybe I'll log in and do it. I feel like I don't want to take him to 60, not SSF, because you can never undo it, you know what I mean? I want to always have that option to do 50 to 60. Frone, I was the server first 50 on Airdoon, and then I deleted the character. And then this was my only character for a while. This weekend, I did a 1 through 50 marathon run on Saturday/Sunday. So now I have 2 characters. I don't think I've ever played the EQ RTS game. I played like Champions of Norath and stuff. Optimal TLP rule set. I want them to do a re-release. Start them with Classic, but it's EQ complete. They finish all the intended content, even the stuff that never even began production, but was just intended from a design perspective. So like Meldrath's Dungeon, the stuff that got cut in beta, like the Megalodon, Mayong Mistmore would be in. Itemization would be fixed, so East Corona mobs would drop stuff. Plane of Shadow would be in Luckland. All that stuff would be done and fixed. And then it would be worth launching Classic because there would be new content to explore in Classic. But if they were not going to do that, and we're just looking at timelines and stuff, I think it should launch with at least Kunark open. And then Velius should only be like every expansion should be 6 weeks long. And if there's no level increase, it should only be 4 weeks long. Pop, LDON, and LOI should all be rolled in together. Omens of War and DON should be rolled in together. DODH and POR should be rolled in together. And then that would be the best one, I think. Oh, and you would have double flags, double loot, but normal lockouts. Because doing the double lockouts, or that like the halftime lockouts on Cello is crazy. It doesn't seem like you need the double loot, double flag kind of thing right now when you're in like classic and these early expansions, but when you get into like the later content, it would be helpful, because there's some expansions where like the flags are a huge bottleneck. All right, so I'll go grab some random EQ trivia junk. One sec. Okay, so here's something that you may not have seen before. We talked about this on stream the other day. So this is the Pocket PC version of Everquest. Experience EQ on your PDA, Personal Data Assistant. It's like Diablo style. We have the, of course, we have the Champions of Norath, the original. Last but not least, EQOA. We do happen to have the EQ Prima Kunark guide on the desk, ready to go. Maybe next time we'll show off some more stuff. I've got like boxes and boxes of EQ books and things like that. Ferone, I'm pretty sure you can emulate the Pocket PC one on a normal PC, yeah. There's a YouTube video where someone does like a full run through of the game. It's pretty cool. That's funny, Jeff. I was always playing EQ, and then EQOA came out, so my parents got it for me as like a Christmas present. They got me that little, that fat thing that you could plug onto the back of your PS2 to go online with it. And I played it. I also had like a keyboard for the PS2. It was cool, but it was like sort of janky. I think it's a good game if you didn't have a PC at the time that could run EQ, but I did, so it was like strictly a downgrade, in my opinion. That said, I'd love to go back and be able to play it now again as an adult, so I wish there was like a functional emulator. But unfortunately, I do not think there is. The emulator that they're trying to work with right now, I think is kind of like pipe dream status at the moment. EQOA? No, it's Everquest on the PlayStation 2. Totally different game, just shares the same game world. Oh yeah, no, EQ Mac was emulated pretty successfully, I think. The two that we're missing are EQOA and Vanguard. It would be really great to see either of those emulated. Dude, I don't think that they care about EQ. That's the truth. The people who make financial decisions have not cared about EQ. They have seen EQ as a vehicle to produce funding for other adventurers. And for that reason, EQ is always kind of like, yeah, they depend on it to keep the company running and to develop new games, but it doesn't get much of the money it makes reinvested back into the product. And I think that's true even today. How can we have 5,000 concurrent players? How is it that everybody I know bought one of those 40 slot bags and everyone's spamming EXP potions, but we can't afford the server hardware so that we don't have 10-minute zoning times? How is that possible? It's because the money is not being reinvested into EQ. It's being spent elsewhere. And which of those games have been successful? None of them. Yeah, the technology just isn't there to be able to zone. I think a big reason for the poor performance is that now they run pick zones. So like it used to be you had a certain amount of the game world, but now there's like 50 gucks, 50 unrests. So the game world seems the same size, but is actually much larger than what used to be hosted. No, I think EQ2's life support status too. I think they put a lot of money into whatever that battle royal thing was they had going on, DayZ. I think that was big for a while. I think they blew a lot of money on EQ Next. They kind of just got flushed down the toilet. And who knows what they're trying to do now that's gonna fail. Yeah, H1Z1. Supposedly, part of the swap to Darkpaw Games was that like they were gonna have greater control over their resources and would be able to invest more of the money EQ makes back into EQ. But man, it took 21 years, and we'll see if that actually happens. Oh yeah, the unannounced EQ project, I'm sure it's gonna be great. But like, what other Darkpaw game, or not Darkpaw game, what other Daybreak game is making serious cash? Where's that, so where's the funding for that kind of stuff coming from? H1Z1 was at least successful for a time, but it was kind of a case of like they got on it too late, and they did the same thing they always do, where they had like a poor product, someone else came out with a better product and blew them out of the market. Yeah, DC Raid Boss, I just spent a lot of time in Norath, I guess. Yeah, you gotta get that Bezos money. I haven't really paid any attention to the new Amazon MMO, to be honest, dude. Some people say it's gonna be good and it's gonna be fun, but I don't think it's gonna be like this kind of game. And this is kind of what I'm interested in. I think Bobby intends to stream it, so he'll be a good opportunity for you to follow someone that you probably are familiar with and watch them stream it. That's who I'll be watching. Sean had Hobart on, and they were saying that the creation of Bazaar basically like was a huge unanticipated success for EQ because people bought second accounts to leave on 24/7 for the Bazaar mules. So like without increasing the player base, it like doubled their subscriber count. What's up, Showtime? Dude, if they shut down EQ, the replacement is just going to be EQ emulation. No, Grix, there's 5,000 on AirDune. The other servers also have their own populations of varying degrees. And there's not even 5,000 on AirDune. That's like, we're pushing 5K concurrent. There's probably like between 12 and 15,000 players on AirDune. If I had to just make a baseless claim. That could have been bad if this dude walked around the corner here. Yeah, Rislona has a ton of people too. Nah, Nils. We fought the supplier for the 4th time, and he took 3 mallet charges to land slow on, so we had to bail. Like, we killed him, but now we have no more charges, and we had to use lay on hands. On live, you could do like 1 through 60 in a couple hours. That sucks. Yeah, we're just kind of getting some EXP here. Mindless EXP, getting some loot. And we have enough money to buy 1 more ruby. But I don't want to run all the way back to Freeport for 1 ruby. Certainly I'll just do it off stream, and then I'll do the turn in on stream next time. But what I say EQ brings in monthly, oh dude, it's so hard to get. I mean, with the chrono sales and the store and everything, it could vary a lot too. With mercenaries, it makes it so easy to level up really quickly on live, plus the EXP rate obviously is incredible. Yeah, thousands of bags. We did the math before launch, and we guesstimated that they made like over 100K just on bag sales. There's like a 40 slot backpack you can buy, Gypsy. It's kind of sketch. I could just get killed by this light blue right now. Root is 30 mana. I would need 9 ticks of survival time to be able to cast it again. If I don't yelp. Well, now we have no choice. Alright, we made it. Thanks, Theok, I wasn't paying attention. You don't get medicine bags from the basic black bears in common lands. I don't think any bears drop medicine bags. To make these medicine bags, you need to kill grizzly bears and take the grizzly hides, combine them with a silk thread or a silk cord, and then you can make this bag. Yeah, I think Kodiaks are your best bet. I don't even know if they have grizzly bears in like the common lands area, right? They're only in Kano's side. So even though this is better than a handmade backpack, supposedly the trivial on it is lower than a handmade backpack. For own, I can buy default vendor items only. So like at first I bought bags from a merchant, but I needed weight reduction bags, so I made my own. Yeah, so the medicine bags really aren't that bad. And besides, we were farming a ton of grizzlies to get the putrid bear hides early on. Dude, even some normal ones sell medicine bags, but they're not the weight reduction medicine bags. That's what I used in the very beginning. But I wanted the weight reduction because my strength wasn't high enough to support like a lot of loot and stuff. Yeah, username here, I'll show you again. It's a size giant, capacity 10, weight reduction 10. The one that the vendor sells is 0.5 weight. The one that you can craft with weight reduction and everything is 2.5 pounds, unfortunately. Alright folks, this is it for today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for everyone who came out for this one. Thanks again if you came out for that long 25-hour stream we did the other day. It was a lot of fun, really appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying this run and you want to see more of it, feel free to go ahead and hit that follow button. We are now actually hitting our second month of streaming, so it's been a really great first month. And with that said, let's see who we want to raid. Gypsy, I hit the minimum for partner and everything. I'm actually at like 90, I'm over 90 average viewers now, so I applied for partner. We'll see if I get it. Chances are no, but we'll see. Oh, that's cool. All right, we're gonna raid an EQ streamer that I've never seen before. Here we go.
Profound feeling that I needed to be drawn to this spot out behind the middle school. And I started walking with my lunchbox full of food. Ow! Into this little clearing that I had seen in the Lost in Space episode. I noticed that
Hey! Thanks for the follow, man. I see those fish links.